Good greetings, everybody. How are you all doing? I'm okay. I hope you are too. I need to be perked up a little bit, guys, so perk me. Right, so I decided a very short time ago to do this flight because we have a new version of the Airbus. It has included some new sounds. I want to have a look at those. And I also want to incorporate a flight into that. We're going to be flying out of the United States today. Is that correct to say that? If my source and destination airports are within the United States, am I still flying out of the United States, or am I just flying within it? My brain's wired up differently. I don't know. Anyway, we will be in the United States, and we will be flying within it and conducting a flight that should take ETE of a little over an hour. So it's not a big long one, really. So ETE, obviously being estimated time en route, does not include flight plan calculations and stuff like that. I also want to try and have another go at my descent profile and working out top of descent. So yeah, we're going to take a look at that and see if I can navigate some information more successfully to try and get a nicer descent. So that should be fun to watch me screw that up. Takeoff and cruise is fine, but I want to perfect the descent phase. So I've got this loading up now. We're using the Airbus A320 by fly-by-wire. So this load is going to take a little bit of time. I've done 2 updates today to the fly-by-wire. So there has been 2 on the experimental side, probably one from yesterday and another one from later today. So we've got new cabin and crew sounds. Also, what I want to do, if I can, because I don't think I have any set in this sim, is try and program a couple of cabin cameras. Now my Xbox controller doesn't have any lights on. Sometimes that's not a problem, but I hope it's still working because I'm going to need it. So as we wait for this to load up, yeah, you guys are gonna sit through all this with me if you want. But yeah, I've got my cup of tea, which I actually did in a pre-warmed cup. That's the proper way to make a tea, guys, is have the cup. You know, you have hot water in the cup and warm the cup up so it's hot before you pour the tea in. That's the... I don't know why I chose to do that today. I normally never do. I think it's because when I had the cup washed out, it was so cold. And I thought, I'm not putting a hot tea in there. It's going to go cold too quickly. So, yeah. Useless information, but hey, this is me. So, who's with us today? Guys, Andy K. Hey, Andy. Nice to see you, mate. Good evening to you. Thomas Hughes TV. Hi, Thomas. How are you doing, sir? Welcome back. Jeff Hartley. Hi, Jeff. I like the pooch. Little Poochie. Hey, Poochie. What's the dog's name, Jeff? Give him a little pat on... Next time you see your dog, you give him a pat on the head. If he's... I hope he's still around. Give him a pat on the head and just say Rusty says hi. Mark G. Hey, Mark. How are you, sir? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mark Shaw is with us too. Hey Mark, how are you doing? Great, 2 marks for me, and I haven't even got off the ground yet. GTX, hola, hi GTX, ¿cómo estás? And all that stuff. Welcome. Brian Hillard is with us. Hey Brian, welcome, welcome. Okay guys, so my initial plan was to fly from Barcelona. You have to get the pronunciation correct. In Spain, the C is pronounced like a TH. Barcelona. Actually, the Z is pronounced like a TH as well. So, Zaragoza, Barcelona. It is Barcelona, right? Anyway, to Gibraltar, which in Spain would have been pronounced Gibraltar. So I was going to do Barcelona to Gibraltar. That would have been a cool 1 hour flight as well. And the approach into Gibraltar is always a nice one to do. It's not the most straightforward, but you have to nail it. But yeah, so that would have been interesting. But then if I'd stuck to real time, it would have been in the dark. And so I wanted a daytime flight in real time, and hence we're in the United States. Yeah, that's why. So I've got all my sim brief stuff to do, and I have my flight, all my flight planning with the charts. You guys will see all that as I do it. And hopefully, if I leave a screen on, it looks like I've left the wrong screen on, please let me know. I do have a habit of screwing that up, but I'll try not to. Now, where's my sim brief page? I've got everything ready, I believe. I've got my sim brief there. I've got my Navigraph there. Got the new Airbus loading in right now. What could possibly go wrong? Let's see if tomorrow, I don't know, we'll have to see. Let's see it, because God knows. But let's see if tomorrow we can maybe do a little bit more of Elite Dangerous. But for today, I don't know. You know, sometimes you just have a hankering for something, whether it be a bacon sandwich or whatever. Well, I had a hankering for flight sim. And that was before I found out of the new update today, which is in the development and experimental versions of the fly-by-wire plane. It's not in the stable release yet. So we're using the experimental version with all the latest bells and whistles. And yeah, I decided that was my hanker, so I put it out today. Second video I've put out today. My other one was on another channel, my other channel. So what you guys been up to? Anything interesting? Still don't know Jeff's dog name. Jeff, what's the little dog's name? Although he doesn't look so little there. He looks very cute though. Saw a video today of a baby elephant being rescued. That was nice. It'd fallen in a hole, so they got this digger to cave the dirt into the hole to give the baby elephant more height to stand on to get himself out. And the elephant knew exactly what was going on, knew what to do, eventually got out. All the big daddy and mummy elephants were all waiting for him. And as he went to them, one of them turned round to the workers, one of the big elephants turned round to the workers, put his trunk up and gave like a hoot. So it was like, I don't know, maybe it was a thank you. But I love elephants because they are so smart and they're so family oriented and they will stick to their own. You know, like if a baby one gets a little bit injured or something, the mother will stick by it as much as she can. Well, she will, and unless it dies, and then she'll have to leave it, but she'll stick by it. They're just gorgeous creatures, and they are so friendly. And this is also why I think that elephant poachers and any other poachers should be strung up and castrated and put on pay-per-view. Yeah, it was so good. You saw the video, Brian? Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? It's so nice to see these things and people actually helping elephants instead of just killing them for stupid reasons. Yeah. Good. I like people like that. Those are the people we need wandering this planet. It's not like you can go in and just lift an elephant up. You'd need a crane, you'd need a harness underneath it to lift it up. Even a baby elephant, you can't just get like 4 strong guys and to lift it out. It's not going to happen. Oh boy. Oh wow, have we got some bad weather here? Ooh, well, okay, visibility's a bit down. Cool. Right. Here we are, guys. We are in Salt Lake City because, yeah, American Airlines, and we will be flying to Portland International Airport, which is around an hour and 16 minutes, give or take an hour or so. It's such a nice looking plane, and I am so used to how this plane operates, but despite that, I am so keen and excited to get hold of the PMDG's Boeing 737. That's a whole different ball game. Those two planes could not be more different. And oh god, I want to learn that plane. And at the same time, not forget how to use this one. The principles are the same in terms of like, you know, when to descend, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of the same deal. So, wow, are we frosting up already here? Oh my god, what the hell are the temperatures? We're going to need de-icing straight away. Guys, what's going on? How cold is it in Salt Lake City right now? Oh, hell, it's freezing over. Okay, let's have a look. Right, I don't have a SimBrief plan file, so I can't get the weather information yet, but we will get that. I came in here because I needed to go to settings and audio. So we have passenger ambience, announcements. We got more announcements now, like the safety procedure. PTU audible in cockpit. Now I know that when the passenger, when the safety announcement is taking place, or the ambience of the passengers getting on the plane, when that's happening, it's more loud in the cabin where the passengers are than it is in the cockpit here, naturally. And apparently, if you come here and lock the cockpit door, if you lock the cockpit door, it goes quieter still. So, what's PTU? Audible in cockpit, unrealistic. Does anyone know what PTU is? Parent Teachers Union? Can't be that. Exterior master volume. I don't know what the defaults are here. I'm going to stick that to, what's the max? 50. I don't know what the proper settings are, guys. We're gonna not be able to see out the window if this carries on. Okay, so they're on. I haven't really adjusted these volumes. Maybe when we're in flight, we'll give it a play around and we'll mess with those settings and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what's going on with those and see how changing it affects the flight, and see if I can come to a happy medium for me. Now, boarding time has to be, I don't know if it has to be, I would say so. I want to switch that into real, because if the passengers board instantly, we're not going to get that ambient sound because it's going to be over way too quickly. Okay. So what else we got here? Sim options. Default barometer, automatic, yes. Sync MSFS flight plan. Dynamic registration decal. Oh, disabled? Yeah, maybe I want that on. Put it on. Detents, I believe they're already calibrated. Aircraft configuration. Yeah, my brain works in kilograms. Look who makes the barometer units. ISIS. I bet you didn't know they were actually useful for something. Metric altitude disabled. And I wouldn't even know. Oh, okay. Is this the increments that it goes up in? Anyway, well, whatever. Defaults. Thrust reduction height. Is this to do with autopilot? Acceleration height. Engine out acceleration height. I guess, is that to do with autopilot stuff? Right, first thing we need to do, guys, is fly a flight plan. Is it -6? That would be about right then for frosticles on your windscreens. So before we do anything, and the flight plan, I want to see if, does my drone move? Oh, thank God. Now then, next question, can I get inside the plane? Right up its... Come on. Now, I don't know how to do this correctly. Oh, God. How do I get inside? How do we do this? This isn't fair. Oh, maybe. Okay, I've slowed it down a bit too much. Maybe if I just go here. I just want the wing. I want to look out and see the wing. No. Oh my God. People have got interior cameras where they look out and they can see the wing flexing. It might be that one. But I'm hoping that there's one further back. Is it this one then? Yes, man, I think it is this one. So let's go here. And I want to just angle a little. And that'll do. Okay, so I need to set that as a custom camera. But what I don't know is if I have any custom cameras set already, if I'm going to override anything. I don't think I have got any custom cams in this plane, and if I do, well, I certainly don't use them. So if we go to control options, right, it's going to be with the keyboard for sure, and we want to look for the input, well, by name. Uh-oh. No, I don't want to do it by input. So I want to search by custom, don't I? And you can go. Okay, so save custom cameras. So from 1s to 9, it's the numerical 9s with Control and Alt. And to load them, it's just the Alt. So Control, Alt, and the number. So I think what we'll do is we'll do 8 and 9 for the left and right wings. And then it's Alt that number to load them back in. Right, that's fine. So Control Alt and the number you want. Okay, so Control Alt 9. Okay, it's a bit cold to see out of it at the moment. Portable training unit. Do you know, Andy, I really don't know. I don't know. Portable training unit sounds like something a baby uses to learn how to, yeah, anyway, poop. And we'll look out of, oh, that's nice, I like that view. So Control Alt 8, and then if we go back into cockpit mode, can I access it directly from cockpit mode? Oh, it doesn't look like it, guys. Do I have to be an external? Oh, yeah, this is crap. Because I need to jump there straight from here. I don't want to be jumping to it. See, I've got all these default cameras. Alt 9 and Alt 8 are not working. What if I go into drone mode and then just, you know, shuffle myself out of the plane? I think I saw some lightning there, and do Alt 9. Oh, it ain't working. Well, I guess that's why they call it the blues. Okay, that's not working. Let's try again. So as this is the left hand side, I want this to be Control Alt 8. Move back and Alt 8. ¿Qué pasa? What's going on? Keyboard, camera. It won't be listed here because you need oops. I don't know why this is, guys. Control Alt. You don't think this is a numeric key, do you? Like num9 instead of just 9? Why would they do that? Wouldn't make any sense. Okay, I'll try it. Just give it a quick try, and if it works, it works. So, Control Alt num. No, it doesn't. Oh, okay, guys. I wanted to show you guys that view. Okay, I don't know why it's not working. Perhaps I should have installed the camera set. Right, so let's go into SimBrief and create a frigate plan. Right, how do I do that? Where's my... oh, okay. That would help. Right. So, flight plan, guys, as the plane ices up. ISIS, there's ISIS again. Right, about register dispatch. So, we need to do my flight plan. So, SimBrief is free, but you have to sign up. Navigraph is not free, so you do. I think it's around £7 a month or something for Navigraph, but I have to have it. It's just one of those things you have to have if you want to be flying these things. So we are flying American Airlines, so I'm going to put AMA, right? Flight number, my usual, 2627. And we are departing from Salt Lake City, so K because it's the United States, and it's SLC. And we are arriving at Portland International Airport, which is KPDX. And we will be departing at 2030. Yeah, good luck with that. Somehow I don't think so. It'd be nice. Let's try and go for 2045. Right, Airframe being used is the fly-by-wire. I do have two of them. I need to remove probably both and get the latest updated frame for this. Probably exactly the same, but just in case, I probably need a more accurate one. Available on the fly-by-wire website. Okay, so we have a cruise profile of 15. This is your fuel cost index. This is your cost index. That's what this is. Why is there a star there? Climb profile and descent profile. Yeah. Okay, schedule flight time, blah, 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 blah. So departure runway I'm assuming it's putting 17 and 10R because they are currently the active runways. I've no idea where my plane is in relation to runway 17. We're using the latest AirAC cycle, T201, and we're flying via this route. Okay, so I'm just going to note down the first one, Seagull. It's what it says. And H hood 4. These are not stars or SIDS or anything, but I just want to make sure I can perhaps link onto those. So these are different routes we can choose if we want to, but I'm quite happy with this one. So good to go. Let's generate the flight. So we hit generate flight, and that will allow the plane to bring in that information. I hope once we power the plane up and we put the heating on, we can start to see out of these windows. All right, so we've got it all done. So here's our flight. As you can see, we're starting in Salt Lake, going over to Portland on the west coast here. Right up near... Is Portland still in the United States, isn't it? It's not actually... Yeah, it is. It's got to be. But it's very close to the Canadian border, I would say, by looks of it. So here is our stuff. I just want to have a look at the block fuel, which is 6660. Okay, so BF equals 6660. It's going to be a devil of a flight then. What else? The route. Where's the route? Oh, that's an alternative route. I want the route. Still learning all this, guys. Still learning like where to look. I don't want the alternate route. I want the route. Here. Here it is. There's your route. We'll get all this in the plane as well. Okay, so now that we've got that programmed in, we don't need SimBrief anymore. So we'll come back here. And SimBrief, I can now minimize that window, get it out the way, and I can move Navigraph across onto that screen. Triple screens are so handy in these situations, guys, you can't believe. So we will use Navigraph to plot our departure, is the word I was looking for, and approach once we have the plane fired up. What's it like outside? It's not like, oh my god, geez, come on. How come the trucks and stuff are not? It's just me then, is it? Oh, okay. It does look... Yeah. What if... The engines are going to freeze up, guys. Right, let's import the flight plan. From SimBrief, there it is. Yeah, -4 right now, with a dew point of -11. So that'll be the coldest temperature tonight. We are flying into warmer climates, but what's cool is it tells you the barometric pressures here, which is I like. All right, so now we've got that. The operational flight plan is right here, what we saw in SimBrief. All here, and there's our route. We've already got the block fuel written down. I'm just going through all of this step by step, just in case anybody out there wants to, well, maybe can learn something from this. I don't know. So the block fuel, we know 6660. So let's fuel the plane for that. All right, we've got the fuel on board. Kind of happy. Okay, right. Let's start with the getting the plane up and running then. So, batteries on, external power available, and we better start getting some heat into this. So let's stick those on, and I'm going to put anti-ice on everywhere. Alright, so next thing then, whoops, we had a little squirrel there. Okay, it's just the way the camera goes. Lining up ADR1, ADR3 and ADR2s, and we'll come down, give the crew supply, give the crew some oxygen supply, because you wouldn't want to have them starving. Yeah, I wanted a cabin camera so that I could hear the sounds better, but I don't really know what I'm doing with lights, so I'm just going to go with some. And we'll put a bit of lighting on here just because. No smoking on for sure. On the emergency exits. I'm okay for now. Until we get the flight plan in, I think I'm good with all of this. So we'll come down now and turn up. I'll tell you now, if this ice doesn't clear, I don't know how the hell I'm going to be able to taxi. It's going to be a little problematic, I would say. So just getting brightnesses up. And there's a couple here. Just going to get floodlights and integrated lighting on this panel up. My head's so tired, guys, so tired. Okay, so the QNH for this place is 1009, as stated there. So let's adjust that, and as I do so, you should see the altimeter moving. So we're going to bring it down to 1009. That will correct our altitude. Okay. Transition altitude for the United States is, I think it's blanket 10,000 across the United States. Oh, I don't know if I can last this flight, guys. My head's having a bad time here. I don't know why. I'm gonna go. We'll manage, the plane will manage all this anyway, but I'm going to put it there. I had something in my head there that I was thinking of, and now I've forgotten it, and I'm probably going to not remember later either. Okay. So let's go into here, and into there, and bring in the flight plan from SimBrief. First stage anyway. So 1 hour 36 apparently in the air. Interesting. I'm going to go back now to the MCDU menu. Bring in the weather. I'm not in the right place, am I? Yeah, I am. This changed. Oh, wait. Okay. I may have to do this. I may have to do this first. Get the actual flight plan in. Take care of my. Yeah, I will, Andy. I will. Oh, it looks like our alternate airport is Seattle. Okay. So AOC menu, weather request. There we go. That's what we wanted. So we've got departing airport, arriving airport, and alternate airport weather. So we'll send a request for that. Come back. We can wait here, but I'm just going to do weights and balances. So we should get some new audio here. I'll be quiet during this. So we're going to send a request out for that. And as we start boarding, I hope we'll be able to hear this. Perhaps if... I've not even heard this myself yet, so I am hoping it's going to work. Perhaps it might help. If I... Oh, engine interior volume. Oh, okay. So not cabin interior then. Wind interior. How much wind do you hear when you're inside an Airbus? I wouldn't have thought it would be a lot. Yeah, okay. Let's get the people on and see what happens. Oops. Can we stop? Hear it? I forgot. I wanted to put the jetway on the plane, so it looked like they were boarding. Still do it. I'm going to be making them wait a little while as I program the flight plan in. Maybe you should have done that first. So I don't know whether to switch into Navigraph now or wait until they're all on board. They're going to be waiting a while. Oh god. Caesar Ugatamindia. Thank you, Caesar, for your subscription, matey. Much appreciated. I think that takes me to 6510 or something, maybe. Maybe not quite. Thank you for your sub. Yeah, we're into the 6.5s now, proper. Brian, no. I think they only go to one airport, don't they? The big jet. I know what that is now. Okay, the discontinuities I'll take care of later. So jot bar is the last thing we have. Let's get the weather and I'll print it out. Take a look at it in a minute. We've only got 28 passengers on. Come on, you slow, lazy gits, get on board. Anyway, we will hear the audio regardless of anything. So, what do I want to do, guys? Oh yeah. Navigraph. I can do it from here. So we're gonna do Salt Lake and we want the star going out. Where are we? Where's our so KSLC DWF going into Alcal. I don't know what this TWF is. Is that actually a thing? Looks like it. Okay. And we're taking off runway 17. So need to go to SIDS. These are all of our departures. I think it could be that, oh yeah, it's going to be better to look on Navigraph, guys. This is okay, you can do it here. I just find it easier. It's the same thing. I just find it easier. And also I want If I forget, remind me. I need to find the altitude of the destination airport as well. Okay, let's go to Navigraph, which should be. Okay, I know it's spaghetti, but so it's KS Elsie. Good old Elsie. Okay, Salt Lake City International, and we want a SID. We have these departures. Seagull. Remember that one that we wrote down? Okay. So is this out? Yep, it's leaving runway 17, Seagull, and it's going in the direction that we want to go in. So we're going to take this one. Seagull. So Seagull's going to be our SID. I'm happy with that one. So let's get that programmed in a minute. And also we need KP DX. This is our destination airport then, and our star. Bearing in mind we're going to be approaching ILS runway 10R. This one. So I would like to know, where do I find the altitude of the airport above sea level? Maybe it's in a different section, like reference. I don't know where to look for it, if I'm honest. But it's important, I think, to calculate top of descent. This is your runway. Does it not show the height here? Is this 30? 24? Is that 24 feet? If it is, it won't matter anything. I don't know. Let's go to the reference. Runway 10 right. Is it this? Is it 3.5? I don't know. Okay, we'll just have to hope that we can calculate our top of descent without it, because it should be your altitude minus the altitude of the airport divided by 3. Tells you how many miles out you need to be. So if it's like 4,000 or 5,000 feet above, oh, I know, I'll Google it, guys. So what is it? It's KPDX. And see if I calculate it. So why were you telling me in meters? Elevation 9.14 meters. Jesus. So I don't know. 29.9 feet, so 30 feet. Okay, isn't that what it said? 30 feet on that other chart? Where was it? Yeah, here, look. Oh no, 10 right, 24 feet, 10 left, 30 feet. You know, 24 feet, I couldn't care two flips about. Transition altitude 18,000 coming in. Okay, I should have checked the departure one, which I will as soon as it lets me. Bear with me, guys. Okay, it is 18,000 transition altitude. Fair enough. Sorry, I know this does take a while to do all of this. It does. Especially when you're not practiced with it. So we need an arrival then. So if we do an approach to, now what would they, H hood, wasn't it? H hood 4. I don't know if that's going to be listed here. Star. Yes, there it is, H hood 4. Which takes us Susan City Seed MZ. Okay, so H hood is what we're going to come in on. And then we'll get an approach straight in. These are all different waypoints you can hit, I think. You know, you can hit this waypoint. We're hitting the H hood waypoint. And then we need an approach in. Alright, I think we can do it from here. I don't know. Let's see. Such confidence. Right, so let's go and program that in. So, KSLC departure from runway 17 via Seagull. TWF, yes, that is what we saw on the flight plan. That's our transition. We're going to insert that into the flight plan. Also, we need to change this to 18. It's snowing, guys. It's snowing. The ice has cleared, thankfully, but it is now officially snowing outside. Awesome. Little drops of snow. Okay, so we'll come down to destination and we'll go to arrival, and we know we're coming in on ILS runway 10 right, which is that one, and we're coming in via H hood 4. There are no vias, so we'll just insert that into the flight plan and we should be good to go. Right? Why is this suddenly popped up? Anyway, I don't know what that is. Okay, so here's our flight plan in full. So what we'll do now is just run through it on the screen to make sure that we're all good to go. So we're going to switch this into flight plan mode, and I think I might want to just up the range a little. That's it. Okay, so flight plan. I don't know why it's not starting at the beginning, but let's go back one. Okay, so we're going to take off from runway 17. We are going to be heading in the general direction of northwest, so that looks all fine to me. And we're going to go up. We're going to be following this track, this path. Sometimes the mouse pointer just disappears. Okay, now we have a discontinuity between TWF and TWF. That's a weird one. Hey Roger and Sebastian. Hey guys. Yeah, but now the passengers have got... Say what? It's part of the ambience. Well, let's clear all the messages down until clear comes up. See, this is confusing now. Why do we have two TWS? We had this last time and it just messed me up inside because I can't deal with this. I don't know why we have two, but it doesn't.
Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to receive final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
That was fairly cool. And how did they know what I was up to? Clearing some paperwork. Okay, what the hell? Not allowed to get rid of this? Yeah, it sort of is, because we've got a gap. And what's manual? Nutter and Scarpo. So this circle here that was supposed to be there isn't there. What's manual? Okay, I'm going to clear manual. I don't know what I'm doing now because logic has just gone out the window. Now maybe it'll let me clear this. It has. Okay. How do you plan to get from there to there if you can't recalculate that route? What the hell is it doing? Oh, has it done it? Yeah, it has. It just took a while. Okay. Alright, this is good. Little jingle in there, but yeah, okay, it's corrected itself. Okay. And we come in and we land. So that looks like a decent flight plan to me. I like that. I like that indeed. Razor Firefly is with us. Hey Razor. Yeah, there should be a briefing when we get pushback. There should also be a briefing when we get don't forget to put your head between your knees and kiss your ass goodbye kind of thing. So back into Atsu then, because I just want to be sure that everybody is on board. Yes, they're all here. I think that's what triggered that message. So okay, we got a bit of snow. Alright, so flight plan is in. Whew, we're done. You'll be happy to know. Fuel is already on board as well. So now we can get rid of the jetway and close the door. And the next thing I'm probably going to need from here is the top of descent calculator. And I'm going to load in my destination airport here just in case I need a chart from it, because you never know. And the sound has gone. So this is our arrival. I'll just keep that chart there just in case. All right. Right, let's get the plane started up. So APU on, and I'm just going to switch on the fuel pumps. Okay, it doesn't want to actually let me do that. Okay. In fact, it doesn't want to let me do anything. Uh-oh. 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 Let's carry on with this, see if it does it. So initialize, everyone's on board. We need to go back here and load in this. And it's going to get this wrong, isn't it? Yeah. 6.6. 6. And that should leave us some extra fuel. 39 minutes worth to get to Seattle. That should be enough. So performance then, it looks like a fairly decently long runway, so flaps 1, and based on the fuel then the V speeds 34. Oh, I wasn't too far out. So rotate speed 35. I'm going to add another 5 on top of that. 145 is what I would put here manually. I'm going to leave the plane to do it. Do you find that playing with live players helps your frame rates? I've never played with live players, so I don't know. I just use real traffic as opposed to other players. Yeah. Yeah, it does take a bit of learning, Razor. You know, it does. But once it's good to learn how to fly a big jet, you know, and the whole thing, the flight planning, the fuel calculations. I never thought I'd learn this much, really. I think we can turn that off now. Guys, I've got no response from this screen. I can't do anything with it. It is doing it by the looks of it, but oh, no. Fuck. Fuck. Why? Why have you bugged out? That's on. That's on. It appears to be doing it. It just isn't showing it. And you know what? I think it screwed up the moment the audio dropped. God damn it. This is where I wish I could save my entire flight plan. Something's going wrong with buildings disappearing as well. I want to be able to save all of this. Put a fricking dongle in the side and just back it all up. So I don't have to do all this crap again if I want to restart my flight. Fly-by-wire, if you're listening, please let us do a save state on the MCDU. We're not going to get any announcements, which was the whole point of the stream. And we're not going to get probably engine sounds as well. Are we? Externally, maybe. Internally, we got nothing. I got no internal sounds. If that's on, why is this unavailable? Jesus God. This really rubs me up the wrong way. Because, what are we now? 1 hour into the stream, and it's all been planning. And now that it's freaking done, nope, I got no control over any of these panels. I can't pull the speed brakes back. I can't do shit. Boy. It is the experimental version, so, you know, shit happens. It does. It's just a little bit of a pisser that we're getting this. But you know me. I'm not going to be deterred that easily. I'll redo the whole thing. It just doesn't make for a good stream. It spoils everything. Don't know if there's a way to correct this. It doesn't look like there is a way to correct this issue. But yeah, we just lost audio. And that happened. What did I do where we lost audio? Something I clicked and then suddenly the audio went away. It is frustrating. Yeah, that's the worst one, having it crash before your wheels touch down. Maybe I should switch to the development version because it also has this new feature. But it's going to take a while to get us back into this state. And it was so nice because we had the windows all iced up and then we made them go away. And then it snowed a little bit. It was all looking very cool. Oh, this is such a pisser. We have really lost. Let me see if I can flick these buttons around. Yeah, it's working, look. They are all working. There's just no sound, there's no movement. So, fuck knows what the flaps are on. Do we have APU available? No, we don't, and it should be. Unavailable. Well, if it says here turn off, then the master switch must be on. So quite how it's unavailable, I do not know. What the fuck did I do? To cause this crap? It is experimental, so I can't blame anybody. You know, they do say to expect bugs and all that kind of stuff. This is a new one for me. And it can just be because of the new latest version that they've done. Something's broken. I wonder what it was. High flexible. I wonder what it was that I clicked. It was something. I pressed something somewhere and then suddenly the sound just went. And then I came down to here and I finished off the performance data. It's so cool that this works now as well. I like this. Fuck, fuck, and double fuck. Alright, there is no fix, guys. So, you're going to have to bear with me if you want to. I'm going to get rid of the experimental version of this plane. I'm going to have the development version, and we'll reload it up and get everything on board. The sim brief plan's already done. We've done that already. We don't have to do that again. I don't have to go to Navigraph to work out my approaches because I remember them in my head. So it should be quicker. All right, so first thing I'm going to do then, you won't be able to see any of this, and but it's just quicker if it's that way. And I'm going to now switch to the development version and download. It just changes. It doesn't. I don't think it downloads the whole thing. I think it just changes the files that I need to swap out. What do you mean press start? I don't know what start you mean. Or reset. I don't know if there's a reset button. I don't know. I don't know where that is. I've never seen a reset. But if it's anything to do with the MCDU, then yes, I believe it will wipe out the flight plan. Definitely. I wonder if my computer needs a reboot. You know, free up some memory or something. Was it when we were, we had that manual in the MCDU and I removed it and I was waiting for it to calculate that curve into the runway on the flight plan because it was a broken line, and then it calculated the curve? Was it after that? God damn it. If it happens again, aborted stream, deleted stream, and yeah, forget it. You can't put an hour of labor into this just to have it bug out like this. These are the risks you take with an experimental version. So, I can't complain in that sense. They do tell you, and there is no support for the experimental version because it just is. They allow you access to it, but you can't go to fly-by-wire and say, hey, help me with this, help me with that. You can't. There is no support. And that is made very, very clear. Okay, so we have the development version, so let's go back into Flight Sim and hope we have enough memory left to get another session underway. Navigraph, I don't need anymore, right? Because I'll close that down. I can close down my music player. I don't need that. My SimBrief flight plan, don't need that on screen. That can go. That's another Firefox window closed. God knows we could do with those being shut. Surplus windows on Firefox. Yeah, the chat. Where's everybody gone? No. Okay, so we just need those. All right, let's see if we freed up a little bit then. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now what? Now what? Oh, there we go. It's kicked in. I'll tell you what. Since the last couple of OBS Studio updates, we just had another one today. But I think we're now on 27.2.1. Previously, as in an hour ago, I had it at 27.2.0, which was also a recent update. I think a couple of days ago. 2 or 3 days ago, I think it was. It'd be easier for me to just say I think it was 2 or 3 streams ago that it was updated to 27.20. But again, the little patch came in today, as I say, 27.2.1. But since that, I have, fingers crossed, I have been able to stream everything in game capture mode again. Elite, Flight Sim, all of it. So I don't know whether they've fixed something or there's been a Windows update that's fixed something. Highly freaking unlikely. But something's working now. I don't even want to know what it is. I'm just grateful that it works. Yes. Good day, Flexible Not. Welcome to the stream. Having a little few hiccups and burps along the way, as usual. No farts. The farts happen at the end of the flight. It's hiccups and burps at the beginning, indigestion in the middle, and farting and whatever else at the end of the flight. Jesus, man, all that work. We should be able to whiz through this quicker. As long as I get the order right, I have to maintain the order of how I do things. But the MCDU work should be quicker. And look, these cabin, if you think about it, Fly-by-Wire have just added new cabin and crew audio. That's a new feature. It's very likely that that feature has bugged out the audio, because it was the audio that went. as well as functioning buttons and switches on all the panels. So, you know, we may have to give it a day or so for another update to come in. Maybe even tomorrow, maybe even tonight, for another update to land. No pun intended. Which will resolve the issue. Wow. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, making progress. We are. All we need to do then is tell it the departure airport, which we know is Salt Lake City, and now we know our departure runway, which is 17, which is, where am I going? Where is 17? There. So maybe we can put our plane on this side, but there's no jetways here. Not that it flipping matters. I don't care about jetways. You know, the passengers will still get on board. It just means for the taxiing for the runway. So we're coming down runway 17 and then we're going to be taking off and up. Okay. What about this little tiny spot at the back there? That's a ramp, it's not a gate. There's no gates here. Okay, we can't go over there. So if we are going to go to runway 17, we need to go via this taxiway and then across. So the shortest route is via gate F19. So we'll take off from gate F19. Arrival doesn't matter. I'm not going to put it in. We don't need to. Go. So now we have to wait another half an hour for this to load. Fly-by-wire is named after the fly-by-wire controls. Yep. The accelerator pedal on my car is fly-by-wire. Or would it be drive-by-wire? Yeah. There's no mechanical connection at all between my BMW's accelerator pedal and the engine. There's no mechanical at all. You can just unscrew a screw on the pedal and just take it out the car. You just have to unplug a switch. Just one switch connected. It's all electronic. It's not like the old days where it would mechanically open the flap of a carburetor and do it, you know, and stuff like that. I wouldn't do that. Now it's just telling the ECU, hey, your driver wants this much, add that power to the engine. Which is cool. It's nice and accurate. I'm sure a lot of cars today run like most of them should run electronically with electronic throttles. But remember, my car's what? It's in its 20th year now. It's going to be 20 in July since it was built. It was built in July 2002, registered in September 2002. So for a 20-year-old car to have a fly-by-wire throttle, not many had it back then. Yeah. So you could call it an FBW BMW. Anyway. I don't know where this is. This could be Australia. I don't know. Probably not, but it looks nice. But this plane takes a while to load with all these systems. Did you know the A320 has 4 variants? Yes. I actually didn't know about the A318 though. That was there, wasn't it? Didn't know that. I knew of the A320, I know of the A321, I know of the A330. It can land tailwinds of up to 15 knots. Wow, what happens if it's beyond that? Yeah, it can fly from New York to Paris. Until you put in one suitcase and then it's too heavy to get there on the fuel. I don't know. Yeah, A318, look, and A319. Not really heard about too much about those. There's also an Airbus A220, I believe. Yeah, way back. Can landing. 38 knots, crosswinds. Okay. So, looks like I'm going to have to put some chapter points on this stream if I keep it up, so that we can go through the whole thing up until the bug happened, and then we'll get back a chapter point that shows us the beginning of the second flight. Because I shouldn't have to do any planning for this one. I should just need to run through the procedures. It is a beautiful looking game, Flexible. There's no two ways about it. You know, I was at, earlier on today, I was at Newcastle Airport, in the UK. Just because I was looking for something, because I've got an add-on on this game, which adds power lines, you know, the pylons and solar farms as well, I think. So I went to Newcastle and I went to Heathrow. Obviously, you won't find any around there, but I did search the surrounding area. I searched London. I searched Newcastle. I couldn't find a single one. So I don't know where the hell they're supposed to be. Maybe there's some in the States. Who knows? We'll see. But when I was at Newcastle, I didn't fly the plane. I was just in the drone camera. And I just lifted up, I don't know, a few 100 feet in the air. And it looked kind of real. There was, you know, the visibility wasn't 100%. There was a bit of grey skies. But the landscape and the buildings and everything, it did look like the real thing. It's cool. The buildings and stuff obviously do look better from a distance than they do close up. They're not detailed enough for, you know, for close, because it's not Grand Theft Auto. You're not supposed to be running around the streets. It's a flight sim. I don't really get those mods that add more or less ground traffic, you know, or realistic trucks and cars on the roads. I haven't got time to be looking at those things, and it doesn't matter to my flight. It's nice to have some extra sea stuff, extra boats, different types, sailing yachts, tankers. You can buy that. I think there's a freeware one as well. I'm not sure, but there's actually a payware one, and that's kind of cool. It's nice to see more of that, because you don't really see too much of it. Although I do have the slider turned down on that. I think not going to matter for this flight. We're not going to be going over any water, any H2O. Plus, what's the formula for salt? Is it sodium chloride? I don't know what it is. Yeah, H2O plus salt water. Yeah, it's true, Razor. It's true. Without MSFS, the likes of X-Plane, I guess Prepared as well, have their place. You know, there's no doubting that X-Plane 11 is a very good sim. You know, and it has. I think it's got a really good. I don't know how complex or how study level or how close to the fly-by-wire Airbus is the one in X-Plane 11. Has it got plenty of in-op switches that just don't do anything, or? But when you're flying, when you're in flight, the scenery's okay in X-Plane 11. You know, I bought X-Plane 10, but I don't want to pay the amount it costs to do the upgrade to 11. I don't know how much it is to do the upgrade to 10 and 11, but I'm sure I've looked at it before and decided, nah. And especially now with MSFS. But it looks okay. You know, there's buildings and there's terrain and everything. But then when you come back to Microsoft Flight Simulator and look out the window in flight, there's just no comparison whatsoever. And this is just going to improve as they keep bringing out world updates and stuff like that, server updates. Yeah. Fly-by-wire, I believe, are also talking about adding different voice packs. So I was going to say something nasty there. Elite Dangerous related. They're talking about adding voice packs with different languages, which I think if you're on a Spanish flight, for example, flying Madrid to Barcelona, then the flight announcements from the crew would be in Spanish. Obviously, air traffic control is in English. I think it has to be. That's right, isn't it? It's standard that it is in English. Oh, X-Plane struggled more. Is that right? Wow. Okay, we are getting snow here. NACI is table salt. Or is that NACL? Yeah, NACL. Thank you, Andy. All right, we don't have a jetway close by the looks of it. Now, and we can't stretch one over here, so we're just going to have to go with what we have. What the F EasyJet is doing in the United States. Anyway, let's go. So just bear with me, guys, while I run through this in my head. Not necessarily the case that my lighting procedure is correct, but still. Don't need to go too bright on that. That looks fine already. If it gets dark, we'll add a bit more, but I just want a bit of extra brightness on these. Also here, I like to have these lit up. It looks cool. And floodlights, not really that necessary. So the only thing I want to do here is bring in the sim brief and do the fuel. So port from sim brief. So there's the flight plan. Pressure is still the same, 1009. And the block fuel, of course, that's going to be the same. I remember it. So let's fuel up. There we go. Let's drop the plane a little. I think we're good. If I hit this, I wonder if some stairs will come. There's no way you make it over here. Stretchy. Hey, look at the weather. How cool is that? See? You can't stretch. Okay, so the passenger's just going to have to make a leap. Forget it. Put it back. It's ridiculous. I'm going to try and not click stuff that I don't need, just in case it triggers the bug. Now, where am I going now? Go. Right. just going to quickly run through my stuff. Oh, can't do that yet. Can't do that yet. Do, 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 do. Now you can. All right. 159 passengers to get on board. I'm assuming it has remembered that I want this in real time. It has. Good man, good man, good man. All right, let's get the new audio on the go and see if it bugs out again. That's the flight plan in. Get rid of the crap that we had to get rid of last time. Okay, I don't see that line. I don't get it, but okay. Oh yeah, no, it is. It's right. 17 is south to north. Okay, okay. Sorry. I'm gonna put that manual thing in again. It is stupid thing. You're not going to let me clear that discontinuity then, are you? No, because you're this is what happened last time. Oh, it's calculated it straight away, and we don't have that little glitchy bit. Nice. See? Look at that lovely curve you've put in there. Beautiful. Why didn't you do that the first time? It was a bit notchy last time. I don't know why it's gone different. So we're not going to make Scappo. It's too, yeah. I mean, it'll go for it, but then it's going to turn in early. Cool. And straight into the runway. Very nice. Very nice. So we've done diff. Now R we're not going to bother with. So now it's back to I. And part 2, which is loading in the fuel. Fuel planning, block fuel. I don't know where it gets 4.7 from. It should take it from here. 66.6 it should be. Sorry, 6.6. Pardon me. At least that's the way I understand it. I'll have to watch these real pilots doing it, their sims, and seeing if I'm doing this right. But the block fuel is the fuel on board, you know, but with a decimal point there, as far as I'm aware. Where are we? Diff rip. So performance then, flaps 1. Now we have the fuel on board. We've got... Do we have all the passengers on board? I'm assuming that we don't yet, because they are slow, shuffling buses. So we'll just wait for the passengers to board. We've done everything. Flight plan is filed. Oh, we haven't done everything. We haven't done everything at all. Yeah. Air pressure correction 21009. Transition altitude we know to be 18,000, and now at some point the speed does go to managed mode, but just in case I'm going to put it to the speed I want, which should be performance. Oh, hello. Okay, we'll calculate these when everyone's back on board then. I don't know why that's disappeared. We'll wait till everyone's on board. Got our takeoff runway there, 17. That looks like it just changed. It needs to give us 17. I'm not going to use air traffic because it might want to give me another runway, and I'm just going to show it my middle finger. I'm not bothered about this yet. Let's wait until everybody's on board, and then we'll do the performance again. We'll recalculate the performance. Right, meantime, what have I missed? Anything? APU on, and I am going to put some anti-ice on. Engines, I reckon, should be fine. Okay, fuel pumps. Now we'll just wait for the... well, I'm not going to put the seatbelts on yet, actually. Did we arm this? Can't remember. Yes, we did. Alright. Just wait for the APU to come on then. What have we got here? Oh, the weather. Okay. Weather. Oops. I went a bit too far there. My weather request, which we can print. I did click it, didn't I? So, okay, there's a couple of things I'm not sure of here. The M04, M12 just basically means it's our temperature. It's -4 degrees going to -12 tonight, I think. 2981A. 2980. Why is it A and not Q? Not 100% sure what RMK is, or A02, or SNB57. Snow? Yeah, it's probably snow. SNB has to be snow, but I'm not quite sure how. And I'm not quite sure what the P and all the 000s are. So in Portland, weather looks clearer. Temperature's higher. Yeah, it is by 6 degrees. SLP, slush. I don't know, what is... SN I think is snow. SL, sleet, perhaps. But what I don't know is the B and the P. there's no vapor trails from the APUs. Now, the APU's normally switched off in flight though. Once the engines are started, there's no longer any requirement for the APU. Okay, so let's get the APU bleed on and check on how the passengers are doing. Because I can hear them, I just don't know how far they are into getting on board. Come on, people. I know there's no steps, you have to give yourself a hike up, but still. Yeah, really taking your time. Does it really take this long to board a plane? Because we're ready for pushback in a minute. So what we'll do is we'll get the that on, and we'll get that set to TA. Remind me in flight, guys, to set this to TARA, to the next setting. Just say, hey Rusty, TCAS. Just say Rusty TCAS, and I'll know. Right, we've got 2 of these for some stupid reason, so I think I did click on print twice. Hello, hello, where are you? Finally. Okay, so what else? Other homework. Constraints on, arc mode on. All good. So this is actually, this should be south then, right? Oh no, maybe we're not south. The charts. Not the charts. The world map that we saw showing north to south, that doesn't show north to south, but I think we know it is. Okay, I'm going to stick this into managed and see if it does it. It's not going to do it, and it's probably because I haven't programmed in the performances yet. We still need to do that, but I'll wait till the passengers get on board. The red figure has gone. Once they're on board, we should get a crew announcement, and that should bug out the flight like it did last time. If it is causing a bug out, it's kind of a good thing if it's doing it all the time, because then it'll get picked up and fixed very quickly. But otherwise, I don't know. Yeah. I'm hoping it doesn't bug out at the same time, but it actually just might do that. Why is this such a struggle to move? It doesn't actually, you can't operate this scroll. I've actually got to go to the top here and do a right click. And it seems if you right click lower down, it scrolls there. I was hoping that the closer to the middle, the slower, the faster it would scroll, and the closer to the top, the slower. It's difficult to work my way through here. Yeah, I'm actually looking for... See, it's scrolling down an entire page. Alternate route. Don't care. Don't care. Not taking it. Give me the route. The route. I want the route. Oh, God. Annoying. Oh, there we go. Right. Whoa. Okay. Is that everybody on board then? Much. Just in case. Whatever. Now we can do the performance numbers. So flaps 1 that we know, V1 speeds 132, rotate speed 133, and there. So do we now have managed speed? Thank you very much. All good on this side.
Ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to receive final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
Okay, I don't know my way to runway 17 from here, so I'm going to use little nav map to guide myself. I don't know whether we're going to get voice comms back from the pushback service. We will have to see. So while I'm navigating the taxi route, guys, I may not pick up instantly on any chat. So, but I will get back to you if there is any. So backwards, and then we need to turn to our right. Okay.
Cockpit to ground.
Oh, cool.
This is ground. Stand by.
I don't want to miss any sound inside either. Because we should get the safety briefing. We all know the plane gets lifted, right? We know.
Okay, sir. The bypass pin is installed. All doors and hatches closed and all ground equipment is removed.
The parking brakes are set. You may lift.
Parking brake set. Lifting the aircraft.
Did you bug out on me?
Standing by for pushback.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
We are cleared for start and push. Parking brakes set.
Okay, cleared for push start.
I don't know if I need to use the
Brake.
the fly pad pushback. In order to get the interior sounds.
Brakes are released.
I guess we'll find out.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
It will start in the sequence.
Starting engine 2. Oh God. Uh-oh. Okay, I can still hear. Engine 1 firing.
Okay, pushback completed. Please set your parking brake.
Parking brakes set.
Parking brake set. Lowering aircraft.
Ground. Startup is complete. You may disconnect.
Roger. Good engine start. Cleared to disconnect. See you at the side. Have a good flight.
Holding position waiting for the visual. Thank you and goodbye.
I was under the presumption that we were going to have some cabin crew announcements during the pushback, but it may occur during taxi. I actually don't know. Considering the weather, landing lights are coming out. We should see them retract underneath the plane, or the opposite of retract. There we go. APU then can go off as we have engines start. I'm still going to keep the heating on engines. If the plane decides it wants me to put anti-ice on the engines, it will tell me. I am happy with that. No whites on the console, on the overhead at all. Nothing lit up in white. That's good. We are ready to go. Okay. Just checking anti-ice on the wing, parking brake is on, landing lights are out, APU is available, seat belts on, and no portable devices either. So, yeah, I'm happy. I am, for now. I just want the announcements. Can you sub? You can. Yeah, anyone can sub. Oh, P is pellets, PR is partial. Thank you, Andy, for checking that, man. Oh, you're a good man. I will check that stuff out. Very useful info. Okay, I don't care what vehicles are in my way. They just better get out of it. Alright guys, so welcome to Rusty Airways. We hope you enjoy your flight. Actually American Airlines. But welcome to American Airlines. We hope you enjoy your flight to Portland International Airport, and we also hope that the pilot gets everything right as well. Okay, the pilot is actually traveling way too quickly, and maybe you should be setting some of these, but as you can see, the button's just refusing to function correctly. It is what they do. I don't know how quick the safety briefing's going to be, or if we're going to get it. But while we're taking a run up here, if I can set anything without crashing.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Oh, thank you, Cindy, for the sub. Come on, crew announcements. Let's have it. Unless I haven't locked the cabin door, so we should be able to hear something. I'll be disappointed if we don't get it. What time? When do the cabin crew do the announcements? I thought it was during the taxiing. We should be able to hear some of it. We are in full takeoff phase at the moment. We are ready for it. This weather's cool. And we should be flying up to, I think, 39,000 feet again. Almost there, guys, at the runway. We're just about going to peel off now onto it, and it should be long enough still for us to do I want to this is it, isn't it? Is it this one? Yeah, it is this one. I'm disappointed we didn't get the safety announcement. did and we just couldn't hear it. I have to press something here. Maybe I've missed something out. Seatbelts are on, everything is set correctly. Am I actually going to do the lights correct for the first time? Looks like we have a little bit of icing on the wings, but not too worried about it. What position they're in. They are on. And the one thing I didn't do was the frigging beacon lights, the most important one.
Armed doors and cross-check.
There you go. Should have put the beacon light on. That's the trigger for the sound. Because the beacon light you put on before the engines start. It's to let people know that the aircraft is about to start its engines. So it's likely then that the next trigger, which would have been the taxiing, has been missed out.
Once again, we'd like to welcome you on board.
Oh no.
Your safety is our top priority, so we appreciate a few minutes of your attention while we demonstrate the safety features of this aircraft. You can follow along with the safety information card in your seat back pocket. To fasten your seatbelt, insert the flat metal end into the buckle and pull on the straps tight. To release, just lift the top flap of the buckle. Please keep your seatbelt back a little tight across your lap when the seatbelt sign is off and have it visible to the crew at all times. Your life vest is in a pouch under your seat and instructed by the crew to tear open the pouch and put the vest over your head. Wrap the strap around your waist, secure the buckle, and pull the straps tight. As you exit the aircraft, place the vest buckle and strap firmly on the red tab, while blowing into the tube from both sides. The locator light on the shoulder will turn on automatically in water, and remember, never place the vest inside the aircraft. This Airbus A320 is 8 emergency exits, 2 doors in the front, 4 window exits over the wings, and 2 doors in the back. Each door is equipped with an evacuation slide that can be detached from the aircraft if used as a ramp. All exits are clearly marked with a sign overhead. If necessary, floor level lighting will illuminate the top of the exit. Please take a moment now to locate your closest sector and remember it may be behind you. If there is a change in cabin pressure, 4 oxygen masks will drop from overhead. Firmly pull the mask towards the start flow of oxygen. Place the mask over your nose and mouth, pull the elastic bands around your head, and tighten the straps on both sides. Even though the bags are not inflated, oxygen will be flowing. Be sure to put your mask on first before helping others, and we'll let you know when it's no longer needed. We'll be passing through the cabin to make sure we're ready for departure. You can help us by making sure your seatbelt is fastened. Your seat back is upright, your tray table is good, and all connected up to fit away. If you have any questions about the safety features of this aircraft, please don't hesitate to ask. Smoking, food, use electronic cigarettes is never allowed on any flight. Tampering with your safely or destroying smoke detectors and access questions is a federal offense and could result in a fine. For your convenience, this aircraft has 3 restrooms.
This should have been done while taxiing.
We'll be able to make up a light for departure.
A lot to learn, Andy.
Thank you for your attention, and we hope you enjoyed this experience.
That was cool. I like it. I like it. It really adds to the immersion to get stuff like that. But that sound, I think, maybe then gets triggered 20 seconds after the initial sound, which got triggered after the beacon light. So that should have been during the pushback, and then maybe even into the taxiing phase. Probably the pushback phase, which is what I said initially, that's how it should happen. And then yeah, that's how it would have happened instead of doing it on the runway here. Okay, we're ready to go. Flaps are ready, everything is good. So yeah, let's get this bird up in the air, and once we do, we'll switch the TCAS over. Alright, so parking brake is off, wheel brakes set, and let's go. Strap in. Rotate at 133 then. slightly pushing down on the nose just to keep her steady, grounded, and rotate. We have a positive climb. Gear up. And the flight plan does seem to be wrong. I don't know what to say. We seem to be going in the wrong direction. We've just taken off from north to south. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe not have so much of an angle of attack.
Traffic. Traffic.
Yeah, I can really imagine. We are not high off the ground, guys. We got no speed. Well done. Maybe we should let the plane take over. As soon as the user gets involved, flying the plane, it all turns to cack. Oh, I had the dialogue there. I had it. Establish the flight path. I can't even see what the hell my altitude is. Climbing up for 18,000. Better luck. Once we establish the flight path, I'll switch it over to the autopilot. I'm quite happy to fly the plane until then. And as usual, if I'd picked the night time, we would have had no view. But I picked the daytime, and we've got no view. Awesome. Can't win. Can't win. Oh, Brian. That's funny. I'll tell you what, if she blows the hairdryer in your face, you can just pretend you've got your head out the window. Well, the weather's a bit nicer up here, I have to say. Well, it is nice to have that audio. There's no question. The audio is, yeah, it does. It greatly adds to the immersion, and to know that every flight from here is going to have that is kind of rocking. I like it. Now in the sunshine, I can't see these things. It'd be nice to have announcements for the seatbelts and stuff, but I don't think they do anything for that, do they? I'll sort out the actual lights on the plane once we've established autopilot. Which will be any second. If having the landing lights off but out affects the aerodynamics of the plane. Okay, so the plane is now flying itself, and I'm happy with it. It's about to get to the transition altitude, but I think now we need to start climbing. Well, actually no, we shouldn't be this high. I don't know whether 15,000 is a minimum or whether we should stay under it, or this one 13,000, I really don't know. Once we hit Seagull, I'm going to start climbing to 39. But now that we've reached transition altitude, we can switch the pressure to standard, and yeah, we're good. X is a little bit higher than what we should be, but 16,001. Was the plane not correct for this then, now that we switched over? See, oh, here. Oh, okay, so this is fine. It says that we have to be above 13,000. So 13,000 feet or above here, 15,000 or above at Seagull, which is exactly what we're doing. Fine. And then I'm going to have to start calculating my descent profile soon. So it's done. Gumbo Port, hey matey! In case the pilot forgets something vital, we encourage you to put your head... Yeah. That's normally Roger's line. I believe you, Brian. I believe you. Well, actually, Gumbo, the Airbus is a super clever plane. It's very clever. It's got some good backup systems. I'd feel more safe in the Airbus any day of the week over the 737. The 737s had so many problems. They had to ground them all at one point. This plane is super clever. Yeah. All right. Looks like the second flight then is working out for now. So the reason I wanted to know the altitude of the airport we're flying to, which turns out to be 30 feet above sea level, I believe Denver is like something like 5,000 feet or above, so that really does factor in. Because if you're at 39,000 and Denver's at 5,000, you only need to lose 34,000 feet within a certain time frame. You know, so if you calculate for 39,000, it's not going to be right. I believe it was the 737-800, Andy. It may have been a 777 as well, but if you Google 737-800 issues, I believe they had quite a few crashes. But yeah, these Airbuses are very smart aircraft. I'm sure the 787 is as clever. It's probably, yeah, oh, the 787, yeah. Well, it's brand new. It's compared to this. Right, I'm going to take off the wing anti-ice, and if it wants it later, and this, if it wants it later, if it detects ice, we can put it on. So, top-up descent. So if we're going to be flying at 39,000, which we will be, in fact we better get ourselves up to 38,000 feet. So let's start doing that. I don't know if it's me, guys, but I think I can hear slight mutterings of conversation in the background. There is very, very muffled conversation in the background from passengers. If they start adding baby crying noises, I'm done with this. Okay, so our flight level is going to be 38,000 feet then. And we want to come down to... I think I'm going to do it for Scappo, because by then we'll... Oh, actually, this decel can't be top of descent. Where's the flaps things gone? That used to be there. So Scapo, Herns, Prowl. So if I go to Scapo, so 38,000 minus 4 is 34,000. And then we need to, depending on the wind direction, so altitude is 34,000. Plus, if we have a headwind, we need to add 1 nautical mile for every 10 nautical mile of headwind, and subtract 1 nautical mile for every nautical mile of headwind, and add a nautical mile for every 10 nautical miles of tailwind. And the next flight I take with this plane, I'm going to be calculating it in a different way, because I have another method which I want to use, that the pilots use, the real pilots. But for now, 34,000 is going to be where we want to calculate. The plane's altitude, which is 3,000, which is 38,000, and the marker that we want to go down to, which is at 4,000. Take one off the other, 34,000. So, $34,000 divided by 3 is 11,333. So it's 11.3. So take off the noughts. So 34 divided by 3, 11.3. I think I took off too many noughts. I think it's 113. So when we're 113 nautical miles away from, what was it called? Scapo. When we're 113 away from that, we will begin our descent. How will we know when we're 113 nautical miles from Scapo? We've got 530 to go. So we go into Prague and we type in Scapo, Scapo, oh Scapo, Scapo, and plug it into here, and it tells us our distance. So once that reaches 113, we will begin our descent, I think. So this is our cruise altitude. This optional, I guess. Yeah. It's a fair distance then. So 2255. Now this is telling us the time we're going to arrive in UTC. But I'm sure there is a screen that tells us how long it's going to take. There's an ETE somewhere. I always thought it was on here. Not estimated time of arrival to the next waypoint, which is what this is, but the full ETE. Somewhere, guys. Is it on here? Toilets are unlocked. If we go into Prague, it's going to be not far away from Scapo, so maybe 500 miles. What's this required? Predictive. I can hear chatter behind. It's very light. I don't know if you guys can pick it up, but I do definitely pick it up. Now, when it says enter destination data, that is here. And we did it last time, but we'll try again next time it asks. As long as the weather, I mean, I can't even read this here. As long as the weather hasn't changed. But I might just ask for another one. I might just ask for an update, or we'll get it off here. We'll get it off here. Oh, where are you? Yeah. Yeah, we'll get it off here. When we enter the destination data, I'll just pull it off. Yeah, assuming this is in real time, it has, because that's changed. So, it's basically telling us, oh, maybe it tells us here the ETE. I don't know. So it's a 2 hour, 10-minute flight? Really? It said it was an hour and 16. That's why I picked it. We're in for a longer flight than I anticipated. Where the hell is this? Yeah, to be honest, I haven't spent a lot of time looking out the window. But it's very snowy. Well, I do know where we are. We're somewhere between Salt Lake City and Portland. ETE. I've seen it so many times, but I don't know. Old Pixel. Hello, Old Pixel. Riku. Okay. I don't know what that is. I have a couple of go-to sites for add-ons. Oh, you know what? What if we scroll? I know it says destination here, but what if we scroll it down? This is going to tell us anything. No, it's still got the same thing on there. UTC, distance, and EFOB, estimated fuel on board. I don't know where to get ETE. Landing even later, are we? 2302. It's going to be quite the flight, this one. So we've done the climb phase. Have we? No, we're still climbing. Okay. Sorry, plane. Didn't mean to jump ahead. It's an add-on site. How can it? What do you mean by having cockpits fully functional though? My dog Bracken says hi. Oh, Bracken. I at least think it's hi. She's dreaming again. Yeah. Dreaming about saying hi then. I'll take that. That's fine. I have seen this plane as well obey the constraints, the altitude constraints on a flight, where you tell it to go up to 38,000, but there's a constraint that says you're not allowed to go above 16,000 feet, or for example, and then the plane will hold there until it goes past it, and then it'll carry on ascending. I've seen that with this plane. Right, so basically ETE is estimated time en route, which is how long you're going to be spending in the air. And I know we had it on the Simbury flight plan, but I wanted it updated in real time so that I could see how much ETE was left, basically. I think I'm not panicking at the moment in terms of descent. I think we're just around at 37,000 and climbing still. What's with the circles? Is this the largest game of drafts ever? Or is it Mahjong or something? I don't know what the hell. Nice to get a good landing as well, just to finish this off. The ETE on here initially is for the entire flight. It doesn't update in real time, and it is on the flight plan somewhere. Yeah, it is. So that's an alternate route. That's not good. That's our route. Oh, this is just annoying me now. Seeing it on here is no good now because it's out of date. Hey Melanie. Yeah, long time. Welcome back. Hope all's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again from the flight deck, your captain speaking. We've just reached our cruising altitude for the flight. As it begins to settle in, I do want to remind you to please keep your feet and elbows clear from the aisle as the flight attendants will be coming through the cabin with galley carts shortly. Also, one more reminder to please refrain from congregating to the front galley where the flight deck door is located. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't expecting that one, and I didn't have a clue what he said. Something about we've reached cruise altitude and I don't know, maybe the food thing's going to be served shortly or something like that, right? They should serve food while the plane's climbing because it just helps you swallow it better. Oh, view, okay. I've got 4 seasons in there, great. Oh, you mean the add-on for this? That gives you the seasonal trees and stuff like that? Yeah, I'd like to get that, but how much was how much was it? Because I can't remember what it was. Isn't that what's the company called again? Arex, I don't know what it's called. Yeah, those guys. We're going to be okay for fuel. I've calculated it as per flight plan. Yeah. and put KDPX. This is beyond annoying. Google. How to find ETE on Airbus A320. Yeah, of course, it's just an amalgam of YouTube videos. Is there a display that tells you the ETA in the A320? Talk to me. Give me the answer. Because it's doing my head in. There is an ETA, I believe, for each waypoint. I don't know if there is an ETA for arrival at an airport. I know how to do it using the program thing, but it's not what I want. If you were to download the fly-by-wire mode, the dev or custom versions have an ETA for every waypoint. Yes, I know. At the bottom of the flight plan page is a readout which shows you the destination time, distance. Yes, but that's not the same, is it? Really? What's this screen? That doesn't help. In the default A320, if you press the flight plan button, yeah, I'm not looking for time. I'm looking for time in the air. It looks like... I'm sure I've seen it in the Airbus. ETE. I'm sure I've seen it. It was definitely in a jet, and this is pretty much the only jet I fly other than the CRJs. You see now, because we're above a certain altitude, I think it's 30,000, I'm not sure. Speed has now switched to Mach. Mach 0.777. How very Boeing. Yes, so to get the actual time to get there, I would just put KPDX, the runway, KPDX, the airport, into here. But again, it still doesn't tell me. It just tells me the distance. Okay, forget it then. We just have to go by the current time, which is 21:54, and the landing time, which is 22:51. So basically 57 minutes, more or less, is the flight. But not 2 hours after all. It's cold up here, guys, and it was snowing on the ground, but it is warmer. They were about £8 order, and the developer is Bijan Habashi. Oh, so this is a different one that I'm thinking of. £8 for each season. There's a company that does it. It's the same company that I use for my runway textures, and it begins with A, but I don't recall. Let me just minimize little nav map. Is it Aerosoft? No, it's Rex. Yeah, Rex Global Airport Textures. Will Rex do seasons as well? So the reason I wanted to be freak moment there. Were you dropping altitude because I was outside? I didn't actually leave the seat. Now I'm going to forget what I was saying. I know it was something to do with Rex and the seasons and stuff. Yeah, it's called Rex Accu season coming in at $25. It'd be nice, but it's an extravagance for me at the moment, so I can't do it. But it would be nice because you do get the autumn and the winter, and the trees do change color as per the season that you're flying in, so it's really cool like that. The Google Maps edition. Yeah, I've not really gone with the Google Maps thing. I know you can get Google Maps on here. It looks okay in some places, but it's in others not so much. But you know, I'm gonna stay loyal to Bing, seeing as how it's what the developers are using. Obviously, they would. So let's see if this lines up with what we were saying. 38,000 feet, and we want to get down to 4,107, and I calculated, what was it, 113, didn't I? 113. I'm still going to stick to my 113 because as we come down, the plane is going to slow itself down. It's not going to be doing this speed on the descent. It'll pretty much throttle to idle, and the next time that we need throttle should be when we land and have to put the reversers on. We should, once we start the descent phase, there should be no more use for throttle, really, unless you need to compensate for something. I also think I'm going to scrap this weather and just get a new update. I don't know if things have changed, but I just want to have a new one. So Atsu, menu, AOC, weather request, and I don't need it for this, so we can clear this. Now, the alternative airport, I probably don't need that either. I can get that METAR separately if we get diverted. Highly unlikely, so let's scrap that. So all we've got is the weather report for Portland. Well, let's send that off. And we'll just wait for the message to be received back. Good. So in the meantime, oh yeah, a little bit of wind there. Oh, I know what I was about to do. Yeah. See, look, the plane looks very stiff from here. What the fuck are you doing? Why is it every time I go outside, it messes up with the altitude? But now I have to stay in the plane. What the hell is this all about? And I've just realised that it's supposed to be an A, not a Q, I think. Okay. Well, bang on. Out we go, in we go. Out we go. 1, 2, 3, in we go. It can't be a flipping coincidence. I'll try and cut my language down a bit. It's making small adjustments, which is what you'd expect. Out we go. Looking around, everything very pretty, everything very nice. In we go. Okay. Autopilot, what are you up to? I mean, seriously. One day it would be interesting to use these buttons to switch into VOR mode, so we can says in up. It used to be working. Where's the weather thing we can put on? We can overlay the weather on the screen. Is it this one? There's one of these where it overlays the weather, but I don't know if it has to be at a certain altitude. I will leave that there. Now, I know it says 38,000, 12,000, 38,000, but I think this H hood is like, it's either a, like this is the minimum altitude probably. It doesn't mean you have to go back down and come back up again. We've got a fair distance still to Scarpo. How's the fuel? So we've lost 2,000 kilos, about 4,000 to go. Yeah, should be enough. Weather Preset Pro, yeah, I mean, I think, yeah. I used it on Extreme a little while back. I believe it's still going. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Yeah. It's a bit of a fiddle, isn't it, to get the Google Maps working in this, though? I don't think it's just a case of copy these files to community folder and run the game. I don't know. It might be. But yeah, it's... I don't think I want to faff on with that, really. You guys hear the muttering of the crowd? Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Let's see if the plane loses altitude when we do this then. I actually think I need to slow the plane down, slow the drone cam down. I don't know why I'm not seeing any flex. There's supposed to be a shed load of wing flex, and I'm not seeing it. Everybody else who streams this has got a camera inside one of these seats that you can look out and see the wing flexing. But the only way I guess you see that is when you're, like, if you have to be static in the seat. Yeah, you can see a little bit there. If you're moving with the plane, you probably won't see it that much. Showcase cameras here are all they're all external, which is not very useful. So next time I'm going to make sure I have proper internals. And I'll be honest, they really should ship it with the plane. Now I don't know whether it's going to stay at this level. I'm not doing anything right now. This is a smart cam. What's with all the circular fields anyway? What's all that going on? So we've got quick view 1, 2. That's a brilliant view, that is. Can't get enough of that one. Let's try 3, 4. Yeah, all in the cockpit. Genius. Yeah. We have cockpit, external and showcase. Be nice to have internal. See what it's doing there. It's panning around the waypoint. I get that. Okay. Yeah, nothing what I want. And you know what? I haven't even been looking out for power lines. I haven't even bothered looking out for them. And I don't think you're going to see any up here anyway. But I haven't seen any at all. You won't see them around airports, but you know, a few miles away, I guess you should. A mile away, 2 miles away maybe. I don't know what the regulation is. I know you can't have power pylons next to an airport. I know that. The river looks like it's getting iced over there, doesn't it? It's just the light, I believe. Oh, okay, Seb, that's cool. Thanks for that. Yeah, there's a lot of it going on, eh? Over a lot of miles. Look at this one just there. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Well, we are just belting along here. Yeah, there's a great view you can get where there's a camera shot where it's as if you're in one of the seats, you're looking out over the wing, you can see the heat coming off the back of the engine, and you can see the wing just flexing up and down, and it just looks brilliant. And I did download a couple of camera sets, but I haven't bothered using them. I will now. Oh God, what are you doing? Oh, sugar. I know what it's doing. Auto zoom. I turned it on. Yeah, I'll take care of that, thank you. Especially in the cockpit. You can control it external, but when it's here, you leave things alone. Because you don't know where I want to zoom. Just think you do, and you don't. Oh, it's there. Looking for the number. So, by the time we get to bull run. We still need to be at 38. And then certainly we need to start descending. But I'm not going to go with that. Because this puts us 10 minutes away from touchdown. Hold on. This puts us 10 minutes away from touchdown. You think we're going to lose 38,000 feet down to the ground in 10 minutes? Dream on, boy. Ain't gonna happen. So I'm gonna wait until 113 meters, not this, and to get 3 degrees, to calculate 3 degrees, I think. Well, I don't know. I think it's your GS multiplied by 5 gives you your rate of descent that you need. But we won't be going at 436 on descent anyway. I think we'll be down to here. Sorry, 250, which is where we're at now. Why is the plane capped this at 260? I thought this was always based on your flaps. I don't get that. Normally this red line is over. Oh, it could be because of altitude, perhaps. Yeah, could be because of altitude. Yeah, with the speed brake it will, but I'm intending not to try and do that unless I have to. Okay, Melanie, take care. Have a good one. Another thing I could probably do here. Tell me. See, it doesn't tell me in time. It doesn't tell me, oh, you'll be there. You'll hit Scappo in, 56 minutes or something like that. So, again, once this hits 113, I'm going to say 115, we'll start descending down to 4,000 feet. Hopefully that will be enough. And if we're not coming down at the required rate, I'll adjust manually. I'll just take this number, multiply it by 5, and that'll be our rate of descent. Old school. Or at least I think that's how they do it. If we wanted to fly, let's say one of the passengers became unwell and we wanted to fly to another airport, I think what we need to do is just go direct and type it into the waypoint, I guess. Can you type? Or would you go direct to? I'm not going to click anything because just in case. And then you'd have to get your charts out to figure out your approach like we did before. I've got the charts on here, but of course all the ATC, the traffic control, would guide the pilots in. but we haven't used it. Well, can't have charts for every single airport. I wonder if there's extra cabin crew sounds now for coming down, you know, maybe even exiting the plane. Thank you for flying Rusty Airways. Everything's looking good here so far. Right, let's have a look out. Man, it's cold in the States so far. Let's see where we are on the map. Just flying over something called Willow Spring, which is there. I should zoom out though. See if I can find. There's a Delta flight there just on our right. I don't think we'll see it, but you never know. Very rarely, I think, does it match up. The Delta's flying at 35,000, so it should be just, it should be over there. Here. There it is, there it is. See it? 35,000 feet. That's a Delta flight. I hope you guys can see that. Yeah, it's there. Okay, so we're flying over I can't find any actual large place names that we're near, but we're in the state of Oregon, which is the state where Portland is, Portland, Oregon. Also recently downloaded some free, I think it was from Aerosoft, sure. Might have been, I think it was Orbix. They did a retexturing or re-landscaping of Iceland. That was free from them, which is nice. So I got that. So we're flying over an airport coming to KGCD Airport, which if I can tell you guys what it is. Ogilvy, Grant Co Regional, Ogilvy. And we're flying over that very shortly. Uh-oh, plane's having a little bit of a freaky. It could be just those, like a wind pocket. So it should be down here, the airport. In front of us. You guys seeing anything? I know we're pretty high up, but still. Oh, there we go. There it is. KGCD Airport. Be interesting flying into that one, especially coming from the more mountainous side. How small the runways are from here. They're tiny. How are we doing on the old progress here? Zombie time. So we're going to program 4,000 feet in. Have it ready. Bing. try and remember that before we descend, to put the seatbelt sign on, just in case it triggers an audio. Something I really don't do is put the seatbelt sign back on. It's something I always forget to do. Very, yeah, kind of an important thing, really. Strap them up. I'm not a big fan of this looking down into the cockpit and then having the outside world go super bright. It's not a big fan of that effect. Microsoft should give us a way to to counter that. Don't you tell anybody I don't have my seatbelt on. I remember Billy Connolly once doing a skit about the seatbelts on a plane. He said, can you imagine the news headline of, like, today a plane crashed into the side of a mountain. Luckily, all the passengers were wearing seatbelts. There's also a calculation to do in reference to your target speed. What would your target speed be for a descent? I'm sure the plane takes care of it though. Let's see how we go. In the meantime, I'll take my current speed and we'll calculate it. So let's call it 430. Multiply that by 5 gives us 2,150. So our vertical speed needs to be 2,150 feet per minute or more. That might put us down to that altitude a bit early, but I'm fine with early. Maybe not too early, but early enough. Because it's, you know, as you know, if the plane needs to make any turns, it will level out the vertical speed until it has completed a turn, and then it will continue on that descent. So you have to allow for that as well, but you can speed the plane up using this. You can speed it up in order to expedite your descent. If it's descending, you can also use speed brakes to slow it down. But again, I don't know why it jumped. I think just buffering lag, I don't know. But there are certain situations where you would speed the plane up to get down quicker, and there are other situations where you would use a speed brake to slow the plane down. What exactly those two different scenarios are, I'm not quite familiar with. Hi Chloe! Exclamation mark. How are you? Yeah, flaps at the end though. Flaps not. I'm not going to use the flaps until we're slowed right down. But also speeding up can make your descent quicker too. Especially if you've got a set vertical speed downwards. If you're pointing down at this, you've told this plane to do it at a very specific angle, and you speed it up, it'll certainly get down there a lot faster. Okay, so 160 miles to Scappo then, so not long to go. If the plane isn't doing anywhere near 150, then I'll tell it to do so. our American friends. Which is better, American Airlines or Delta? I did have a choice of both. Got a bit of turbulence there. I did have a choice of both. Either, I should say. Can't use both at the same time. But I had a choice of either. I'm not into the cup. I don't see why everything has to be a flag. Too much of it. It's my hidden lightsaber here, by the way, in case there's any problems. So we're going to drop, we need to lose 34,000 feet at an angle of 3 degrees. So to get that 3-degree angle, I think this is what the calculation is. It's your ground speed multiplied by 5. Which we're now at 420. So that's 2,100. And what speed's all over the place at the moment. And the wind is blowing south-west at 41 knots. We're getting a little bit of buffeting. Nice safe flight so far then. Fuel still looking very good. Plenty of fuel. Oh yeah, here we go. How long's that been there? Enter destination data. Okay, remind me where to do this. Okay, so the QNH is... I need to get this done before we get to the thing. Temp. Not great, unfortunately. Mag wind. It's 180 for 4. Transition altitude is correct. Baro, I have got to go to my charts for that. That's your decision altitude, I think, right? I'm going to leave it out. It's not, I don't think it's going to matter that much. I'm going to leave it out. So yeah, and I'm now going to clear that message because it's done. ILS frequency is in for KPDX, so that's good. And now back to prog. Whew. Okay, we're good. Okay, so that's the destination data plugged in. I'm going to go back to the calculator. Arizona, cool, that'll be a nice flight to do. Arizona to, where's a good place to go from, if you're flying out of Arizona, Chloe, what's a good flight? Say about hour and a half, something like that, maybe even 2 hours. Where would be a good place to fly to? Out of Phoenix, Arizona. So flight levels 4,000 is blue. So it is on standby, waiting to be armed. And again, once we drop underneath the transition altitude of 18,000 feet, we'll need to feed in the barometer. It's a thing, isn't it, that you feed the destination data into the plane, so it knows what that QNH is. It should be able to program it up here by itself. Mexico. That'll be an interesting flight, Andy. Phoenix to Mexico City. That would be a cool one. Yeah, maybe I'll set that one up. I've written it down. Might be a good flight to do. Okay, so we're about 6 nautical miles away from our descent. Let's see what happens when we do. Is it going to be Jot Bar? It is. By the time, as soon as we hit Jot Bar, that's it. We're going to start coming down here. And it's about to get very interesting. You know what? I'm going to recalculate from 425, 2,125. So I'm going to say 2,100 feet per minute is what I want. 113 distance, I think, does leave me a little bit of leeway. I'm hoping it does. So it's turning now. It's hit Jot, but it's about to. Yeah, the plane's just slightly turned. I need a wee. Too much information. All right, let's go. I need to fling it right over to make the button work, because that's just it. Okay. So, while it's descending, I'm just popping down the aisle. Back in a second.
From the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen, as you may have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for arrival.
Well, with those sounds, guys, this is officially the coolest plane to fly. That was brilliant. Okay, so what we're doing 1900 feet per minute. It's a little bit under what I want, so I may decide to go honestly. So now I'm demanding 2,100. It doesn't look like we're dropping 2,000 feet a minute, does it? I knew the seatbelt would trigger the sound. Actually, we've slowed down, you know. You can't click anything unless you've got your nose on it. It looked like the rate of descent that the plane chose was correct, based on the fact that we dropped speed. We're doing now 390. If you multiply that by 5, you get 1,950. I need it to at least be doing that, otherwise I'm going to start interfering. What's this flight level 090? Where's it getting that from? purple. I'm assuming it's coming up to a constraint, which means we cannot fly underneath 9,000 feet at the next waypoint, and so the plane's keeping us above until, yeah, it could be this one. So maybe the constraint isn't so bad here, but it's not going to let us go under 9,000 here. That's what I can gather. Well, I hope this has been calculated correctly. I'm not happy with the rate of descent, if I'm honest. Oh, actually, yep. Maybe I am, because the speed is still reducing. 1850, still a little bit slow. We'll see how it comes when we get more closer, but if I need to slow the plane down, I will speed brake it. It seems to be varying, and it also seems to be correct. Yeah, we will see. We will see. So we don't need this screen anymore, I don't think. Over here. Well, there is Portland. There it is. There we are. It's been a decent flight up to now. Doesn't look like we need any anti-ice, and it is warmer here. A little bit warmer here than it was in Salt Lake. So here at H-Hood, we have to be under 15,000 feet and above 9,000. Well, yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with me getting down to 15,000 feet by the time we hit there. I'm going to apply a little bit of speed brakes. Now in autopilot, anything above 50% will be ignored. If you're not in autopilot, then you're fine. So I've just got a little bit of slats going up there, you can see. And another plane. Yeah, so if you're flying manually, then you'll have 100% speed brakes. In autopilot, you do not. So you can pop it all the way to 60%, but you will only have 50. Is it slowing the plane down? Because... okay, now it is. Well, I don't know. This is... no, it's not saying it is. Yeah, so again, this is a mess up. Only professional pilots, I think, can do this. I should be at under 15,000 by the time we reach this. No chance. I'd have probably been better off speeding the plane up. We're now back at SPD as opposed to Mach. Arizona to Denver, or Phoenix to LAX. That sounds like a long flight, is it? Tucson to San Diego. I've screenshotted your suggestions. Yeah, we're going to be above the constraint. So I'll get my pilot's license taken away from me now. Wow, look at the descent rate. Crumbs. Can we do it? No, we can't, but look at the descent rate. And our speed. 4,300 feet per minute. Are we allowed to do that? I'm hoping the plane knows to reduce the speed now. So here by this one we have to be underneath 11,000, but above 9. So 2,000 feet per minute, and we need to lose 5, so yeah, 2. There's also a way to work out how many miles per minute you're doing as well, which is important. And third, again, just be above 8,000, but under 10. So if we can get to 9,000 by the time we get here, I don't know. I'm just going to let the plane do what it does, and see if we can get there. Because we're on a constant descent. We're not descending, leveling out, descending, leveling out. This plane needs to look its ideas up. It's going too fast. But maybe it thinks it needs to. I would have picked like 270 maximum for our descent. See, now look at the descent rate. These are things I need to learn about. I'm slowing the plane down, and the descent rate, well, went more shallow. Runway's coming into view now. Okay, so now it's reached the target speed. It's going to drop. But we need another 2,000. So 3 5s, 1500, yeah, it's on target there then. I think, I don't know. I'm kind of lost now. Yeah, sounds like a good run, Chloe. Maybe take a look at those. Sec. I think we're okay here. We are going to get here. You see, Theod under 10. Oh, it's under 10,000. Okay. I thought it said 11. It's under 10 but above 8. So the plane, as you can see here, will not let us descend below 8, regardless. Come on, it's gonna make it. It's gonna make the 10,000. Is it? Just about. It's just about. Come on. It's good enough for me. 300 feet difference. You don't get any scores though. Like ding! Achievement unlocked. Now we've got to be between 7,000 and 8,000 feet. My god, do we need to slow the plane? I'm just going to leave it. I actually think we're good because when we hit 5,000 here, if we carry on descending, we've got all this way before we need to get to 4. I think we're good, and by then we'll have hit the localizer. So I'm going to switch that on. It has, it's picked it up already. I won't be engaging anything until we make the final turn, and then I may set the approach phase and have the plane bring itself in. Or I can use a localizer, I guess. You can use that first, right? Turn on the localizer mode so it follows the localizer, and then you can use the approach. You can use the approach for the glide slope so that the plane can fetch itself down if you want it to. We do have traffic. It's right alongside us. I don't know, I ain't seeing anything. Oh, there it goes.
Traffic.
Oh god, this is because you don't use ATC, you see. There it goes. You can see it? There? We're a mile away, we're fine. Right, we need to be under 5,000. Oh, sorry, above 5,000. Which we are. Why have you stopped descending? Explain. This is what I don't understand. The plane should know what the constraints are. Oh, it's because the vertical speed's on. Alright. I'm going to engage vertical speed, and you are going to do what I tell you. Are you fucking kidding me? Serious now, we're coming down at 2,000 because you messed that up. It was a plus instead of a minus. I wouldn't mind, but we're not even going to touch Scapo. Fuck. This is beyond bullshit. Yeah, that's right, blindly while I'm trying to calculate. You do have to make constant adjustments. You know, it's not like I'm not aware of such a thing. Oh, frig. Once we make this turn, I'm having the plane take over. There may be another sound trigger when I bring the gears down, I don't know. Just guessing. Yes, lock mode, not approach. Managed is at the top. Right, let's pretend that we know that, because management in a company is at the top. Time 22:54, landing 22:56, 2 minutes. Oops, I don't know what the hell I pressed, but it was the wrong thing. Gear down. Flaps 1.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
Mr. Bugman is here. Yes, you can, Brian. Oh, what the flippy hell. Okay, let's just leave it, see what it does. So, I don't know if I'm supposed to arm the auto brakes, but they're on anyway. Probably low would be good. But I'll put it to max, I think. Not sure. Spoilers are armed.
1,000.
Oh, I didn't. I know what that barrow is now. It's your minimums, which is your decision altitude. So it won't, I don't think it'll say minimums now, but it doesn't matter.
500.
Few people getting drowned there. seem to be too unhappy about it, otherwise they would have moved long ago.
200. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. Retard. 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 Retard.
Wow, those auto brakes. I don't know whether that was the difference, but we slowed down fast.
Portland ground, Rusty 2627, request taxi to the gate.
Rusty 2627 taxi to gate Charlie 18 using taxiway Bravo Tango.
Taxiing to gate Charlie 18 via taxiway Bravo Tango Rusty 2627.
Yeah, they'll be adding masks on to the computer next. Seatbelt sign, mask sign. Can't get to it. Trying to disable the ground spoilers, but can't get to it. But without veering off into the next country. Told you.
Rusty 2627 hold position, caution other traffic.
Hold position Rusty 2627.
See, I should have had.
Rusty 2627 continue taxi.
I should have done things like, you know, bringing on lights while I was descending. And I did have time to do it. It just, my brain was so distracted with other things that I didn't even think about it.
Rusty
So,
2627 hold position, caution other traffic.
yeah, like this, that would have been good. And after a smooth landing,
2627 continue taxi.
normally when I let them, when we have a bad landing, I let people smoke. They need it.
Roger Rusty 2627.
Still? More? Are you sure? I'm not going to be able to see you very soon. Oh my god. Screw it. That's where I'm staying. Wrong button.
Right taxi here first. Yeah, first, I just
The door is verified.
Did it it just do that on its own? For God's sake. The jetway came in on its own. Is that because I parked it perfectly? Right, all you buggers off my plane.
Yep, first I just
The doors verified.
Switching the APU on. KFYG. We'll check. If you were so inclined, you could just go around switching everything off. Unlocking the cabin door, which I never even locked in the first place. APU is now on, and so we can turn off the engines. And I left the switch in the ignition position. Shouldn't have done that either. So, nav lights I'm going to leave on. Why are you zooming out? Look, if it has a fist or a finger or whatever you want to call it, it shouldn't zoom in or out when you click it. Strobe. I wonder if, I've never checked this. If I go here, weights and balances. I was wondering whether it would show passengers getting off, but I don't think it does. That's a stupid thing to show. But this is what was on your manifest or whatever it's called. Yes. Well, we got everybody down safely. They're all piling off the plane, going to get their duty frees. Was it on? Yeah, it was. I thought it was when it was blue, but I still clicked it. Right. So I'm not bothered about the lights, illuminations. I think everything is done. How's the weather here? Nice. A lot better weather than there was when where we left. Okay, let's just do a full cold shutdown. So external power is off, APU is off, batteries 1 and 2 are off. So, what's powering the lights? Will we ever know? What's powering all of these? I'd never know this thing. That's okay, Chloe, no worries. He'd buy another ticket. Yeah. I've still got work out a comfortable way that I can work out my descent, because I'm not 100% okay with everything yet. How do you put this plane? Oh, okay. I guess it just had residual power. Yeah, that's it. It's just the batteries keeping those displays on. So what I can do then is use the iPad, because it has its own stuff. Battery. Click that 17 times. Okay, that's showing in blue, so if I click it, it's going to confuse itself. So I won't. Disconnect the power as well. At least I think we have. That's it. Plane will not be taking off again until tomorrow morning when it's heading back to Salt Lake City. Thank you for joining Rusty Airlines. Hope you had a safe flight, and still trying to figure out what EasyJet's doing here. I think that bus followed us here. Yeah, so the sounds are great. Definitely enjoyed that. That was kind of cool. A nice, very nice addition from Fly-by-Wire. So, let's have a look. Oh, that was not too bad. FYG, oh yeah, Washington Regional. Oh yeah, man. 3 creeks. Used to be 2. Somebody added another one, so now there's 3. What's around here then? You want to have a little flight? Obviously not in this thing. Oh, there's been updates to the Piper Arrow range. One of those add-ons, sorry, I'll rephrase it. One of those features in the patch notes that they've put out is compatibility for a new Garmin radio that somebody's working on, people are working on. Shouldn't be too long before it's released. $25 though. Jesus. But the plane is ready for it, and it had a few other patch notes, things that were fixed and stuff like that. So Just Flight updated all the PA-28s, all 3 of them, 4 of them if you count the Warrior, which is the one I don't have, and also the Red Arrows plane, the Hawk T1A, also got updates. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. Oh, we're in the field box. That will actually bring up the field dialog. Holy fuck. Every time I click it, it moves. Thank you. Only took 3 goes. So what am I looking out for here, Budman? Washington Regional. Do you think if this stream goes out, do you think I should clip out? I don't think you can do it anymore, can you, in YouTube? You know, trim out parts of a video? You used to be able to. But YouTube have taken some backward steps in some areas. Yeah, I like the Phoenix to New Mexico. Is New Mexico, this might be a really, really stupid, dumbass question, but is New Mexico in Mexico? Or is it just a place like in the US, like New England? Because a US to Mexico flight would be neat. Actually, literally America to Mexico, that would be That would be nice. I don't think I've ever been in Mexico with this. It's there, yeah. We're going into it now. Yeah. Oh, it's the state of New Mexico. Of course it is. Now that you've said that, and I've said it in my head. Yeah, this is Washington Regional we're going into right now. It's taking a little while for some reason. I'm always interested with the live weather because I've done a few tests and it does show that the weather that it reports in the game, in the sim, excuse me, is pretty accurate. I mean, it's there. I think there was one flight I did where I looked online at the real world weather. Nothing to do with air flights, airports, nothing. I just looked online for the weather and compared it with what the sim was reporting, and it was exact. Now you have snow. Do you want to fly over your house? Yeah. You have to give me the latitude, longitude, and I'll fly over your house. If you go into Google Maps and pinpoint your house and click it, it should give you a latitude, longitude. And if you copy paste that into, or maybe you don't want to do that actually, or just some landmark you're familiar with in the area, and just give me a latitude, longitude, and I'll fly over it. Yeah, if you don't, probably don't want to do your house, to be fair. Just didn't think of that. Maybe somewhere that might be interesting to go. I don't know why the arrow's taking so long. Maybe it's the, I don't know, coupled with the scenery, I suppose. Yeah, that Salt Lake was a decent. Salt Lake to Portland was a decent flight. It was a decent length of time for the flight, and it had some nice scenery as well. Snowy mountains, you know, when I've got time to look out the window and whatnot. New Mexico sits by Arizona and Nevada. That doesn't help me. I don't know where the states are. I don't know which one's where. Some of them I know. I know where Texas is. I could point Texas out. How long would Texas, or like Dallas International Airport, down to Mexico? Would that be a decent heavy flight? Let's see if we can see anything first, Mr. Budman, because visibility looks a little bit... They're not going to let us fly in this. They might not let us take off. I'm going to use ATC and see if they allow it. I can override. Oh, Christ. Okay, so that printout that we get on the Airbus, obviously we can't have that here, but we can get the same information. Oh, I've got some inbox messages. Yes, I know that, I know that, I know that. Okay, so we go here, we go to Meta, and we want KFYG. So we've got a vibrator at 6, variable. Yeah, variable wins 6 knots. Some of these I don't know. 3/4 smog. I don't know. SN for snow, right? And then BR, I think Andy mentioned it earlier. Broken clouds at 1,500 feet. -7 right now. Air pressure 3042. Sorry, can't even read. RMK. Yeah. Okay. Well, Mr. Buds, we're going to have to go back to the main menu. It shouldn't take too long to reload. Let's see if it does actually accept that. Come on. So, departure airport. We know we want to be here. And we want to arrive. Now, you've got to do this. Set as arrival. So it's 11 minutes to this custom arrival point, which looks like this, but that's in the way, obviously. So I guess you'll know what this big building is, and that there's some kind of track thing here. Okay. I don't think we're going to see much in this weather, if you want me to use real world weather, because the visibility is naff right now. It ain't good. I wonder where this place is, or why it keeps showing us this place. It must be in the States. I don't know. Anyway. So, where were we? Yeah, so variable. Okay, so instead of saying a heading that the wind's coming from, it's saying it's variable. 6 knots. 3/4. Is it smog? I don't know if it is. I don't know. Minus SN. So snow. Why is it? There has to be a reason why there's a minus sign in front of it. Stop snowing. I don't know. BR, I think Andy did say, but I've forgotten. Broken. Clouds at 1500. -7 with a -9 dew point, and barometric pressure is 3043. Don't know what RMK is, don't know what A02 is. I have 18 centigrade for Washington. Yeah, this is... oh, it's just decided to rain here. Make it sunny and noon. Is it the same, Washington, D.C.? Or is it the same? Yeah, it's a different Washington, I think, Andy. Okay, so you want clear skies. Let's take the drone out. And we can have a look down. Because you said it was in the middle of a cornfield. But it nevertheless is here. Is that the big building, the one we saw in the middle of the screen there? Let's get it up. At the Bishop. Okay. Oh, remark, yeah. Yes, if there's any extra remarks to go on. I have been through these on a website that translates them, but some things I remember and some things I don't. Okay. Oh, this is different. Yeah. I'll take that, please. If you don't mind. I prefer those. Oops. Oh, okay. For some reason, it's switch those on by itself and up the volumes by itself. Fair enough. Okay, I think we're ready. No, we're not.
Foxtrot Yankee Golf traffic Rusty 2627 taking off runway 15 departing straight out.
There's no tower, so we're not going to get a thing.
Kilo Foxtrot Yankee Golf traffic Rusty 2627 is taxiing to runway 15.
Is he? Is he really? Rusty is now having a look to see how to taxi to 15, so it's straight. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Okay. Oh, it's going to guide me. Fair enough. But I know the way. Left, right, and then left. In other words, it's a long, long left. All the way up here. You are right, and then it's right onto the runway. Right. In the meantime, let's get the propeller down. Number 3, announce clear of runway. I thought there would be one for announcing when you're actually on the runway. So flaps down then. It's just position 2 for the flaps. Let's go. So we'll go 3 when we get up. Yeah, I know we need to turn the plane round, etc., but I think we may need to adjust the time of day as well. Okay, so the flaps are now in. Yeah, it is pretty accurate. I mean, even when I go to where I used to live in the UK, it's I recognise a lot of places. I mean, the buildings' shapes aren't accurate, but realistically, I don't think that's something you can expect. Go for a more noonish if you want. the sun up a little. So the plane is currently pitching up. Let's see if I can make an adjustment there. I also don't want to gain too much altitude either. Okay, let's see if we can correct the mixture. So now we can start looking at pitch correction. That's the Missouri River, is it? There she is. So let me know if you see anything that you recognize. It down a tad. I'm assuming that this line is why is the distance going up? Is that distance from the airport then? Yes, it must be. See, look, ETE. See? It's on this plane. And yet the Airbus... Oh, please. Okay, this pitch is getting on my tits now because it's just... It's too much. It constantly wants to pitch up. Am I heading in the right direction then? Am I? I don't know if I'm heading in the right direction. I don't think this is going to my user point. Okay. I don't know what time CLI is or what it's an abbreviation of. There's a few planes around and all, by the way. I don't know if they're all on the move. I'll keep that on another screen to make sure that I'm doing okay and then I don't have to look at the GPS. It said it was 11 nautical miles, so yeah, there's a dog flies, but it said 11 nautical miles to it, but maybe that's different to miles. I'm sure it is. So what's that body of water on the right then? Slow the plane up a little as we descend. Innsbruck. See, how cool is it that you can recognize actual stuff? So there's buildings here? We're going to come across buildings? It said so in the... it said so. Map. Must be this cutaway section up front, right? So this is where you are? Wow. I'll try and do a pause so you can have a glimpse down on your land. Looks like there's a little bit of water there as well. So you should start recognizing stuff. Well, like I say, the buildings aren't going to look the same, but some of them should be positioned fairly well. That looks like that big factory building that we looked at. We are really low. You might want to tell me when to stop here, because I'll bring you the map back in. You can see how close we are. Approaching General Custer's house. There's Custer there. So I don't know if I'm going to go past it or what. There's another big white building on my left. All right, so we're just to the right of it. Oh boy, what happened here? Bear with me for about 20 minutes. Unless, of course, the drone wants to behave. I didn't think so. I mean, where the drone is in comparison to the plane is anyone's guess. So, to reset the drone back behind the plane should be a simple case of going to the showcase and reset position. Clack, 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 clack. Nothing. Camera drone. Reset. No. Nothing. It should reset. It is not doing that. Yeah, once I manage to get to the drone, Mr. Budman, I shall be able to have a look around. The problem is making it reset, and this is a real issue. There we go. Is it done? Yes. All right, so ups. So if you tell me, like, I don't know, left or right of a certain building or something. Is that the interstate you're talking about up there? Or is it, I don't know. Yeah. Trees, bit of water. The floor is yours. Oh, look at this house with all the All the windows on the roof. Oh, I'm directly above. I could drop you a could drop you a package off then. Some British tea. So, you know, without actually necessarily pointing it out, can you see your place here, or where your or what your building would be? And how would you rate the accuracy of what you're seeing? I suppose you can just look at the roads, the road map here, and see, oh, that's that road going to that road, and blah blah blah. Kind of comforting to know that out of over 7.5 billion people on the planet, 10 of them are watching me. Oh, the corner I can see in the lower left. No, the buildings aren't correct, but that's the interstate then, I guess, just flying by. So what do you think, Budman? Can you see my plane? Pretty much center screen, slightly to the right. And we can actually just fly and just follow the interstate. If I followed it this way, I wonder where I'd get to. Just flying by following the... Yeah. Oh my God, is it actually coming up to midnight and I've not eaten anything? What a life. There you go. One-click reset, as it should be. You're welcome. Now I'm going to land on the interstate. Once I figure out exactly how I'm going to achieve such a thing. Landing on the... So now you'll, if you're ever on the interstate, you'll be able to say, Rusty landed here. I should really put up the props and the mixture. Everybody out of my way, I'm coming down. Oh, we are very wavy at the moment. Wouldn't mind, but I didn't even land on the right side. Beep, beep. It's bumpy. That was a nice car. Was that one? Stay on the interstate. Oh, the flying van. Well, Rusty Airlines would like to welcome you to Washington, Missouri. And we hope you enjoyed your... Hello? Where are you all? Oh! What was that? Did something just go off? Yeah, it's nice when you get to see your home place on the sim. It's really cool, because like I say, I went to my hometown in the where I grew up, and I was able to point out all sorts of things. You know, I could see the roads. I could say, "Oh, this is the where I walked to school." You know, this is the route that I took to walk to school. All of that. Oh, I see what's happened here. Yeah, Mr. Budman, thank you, matey, for your donation. Don't think it popped up on the screen though. The alerts are not working for some reason. But I did hear a beep. But yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Awesome. I'll have to take more requests for houses. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're welcome, mate. Definitely. So where are you again? Because I did land a fair distance away, didn't I? Oh, wrong direction, I guess. Yeah, there's that track field thing, and it looks like there's a football. Is that right? Whatever that is. Some kind of sports thing. God, my plane sounds like some old diesel engine right now. Yeah, games have come a long way, but also this takes flight simming to a different level, really. But yeah, it's there. It's there. Not only is your local airport there or airstrip, but your house is pretty much there. And we have this, yeah. It's got a big W in the middle. Look. So what is it? WHS? Washington HS something? All the air conditioners on the roof. Car park over there. So I guess you know this. High school, both football. And this one, it's got a track and a football field, right? That is a football field, I think. With a big W on the outside in white. Oh, Warrant High School. There you go. How cool is that? It's even got the letters on the pitch and the numbers, thanks to Bing Maps. And you can make some of them out. 30. He made a touchdown at the 30-yard line, or whatever they say. I have no idea. Yeah, there it is. Somebody's driveway. Oh yeah, that's old Ted's driveway. Old Ted lives in that house. Large hands. We have that one that we saw earlier. Don't know what that one is. That looks like a factory of some kind. And we can actually literally just follow the interstate. Little loop then, in case you change your mind. Oh, is that a truck stop? There's a truck stop. Looks like. And we can follow this. I don't know where this is going. Does it show on the map the number? I don't even know if we can get the map up in drone mode. There's another big football field there. Look, another one. And the highway carries on over here. We just follow it to wherever the hell that goes.
Kilo Victor Lima Alpha Automated Weather Observation 1800 Zulu. Wind 271 Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear.
Great, we're getting new weather information.
15C dew point. 13C altimeter 2992.
Okay, thank you for the update. I know it wasn't for me, it was for some other aircraft, but still. Back the other way. Got some red. Got some red here now. Is that accurate? Is there some red on the way? And then it kind of splits off here. And we carry on. Yeah, you can literally follow this highway to wherever it's supposed to go. I don't know what that's meant to be. Or that might be a glitch of some kind because it looks like it got shaved. But yeah, if you were so inclined, you can actually fly following the highway. Although it is drifting away now. Oh, actually, we may have to just wait. There we go. Wait for the textures to load in because we were moving a bit quick. Yeah. Pretty good. All right. Well, I have to go, guys, just because I need to eat and it's approaching midnight. And yeah, food is required. So yeah, that's been good. I enjoyed that. Didn't enjoy the first part of it, but the second part was okay. Power lines from the nuke plant. Is it? Oh, okay. Wow. So there you go. That's how accurate the well, that's how much accuracy is what I was going to say. You can find in this sim. Right. That's it. I will catch you guys on the next one, wherever that will be. Probably Elite Dangarusi. And I'm off to fill my stomach. Till then, thank you, and thank you again, Mr. Budman, for your lovely kind donation. Take care, everybody. Thanks for the support. Thanks for keeping me company today. Catch you on the next one. Bye-bye now.